Dis 'n Caravelle. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, though. Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
Should be fine. It's a Toyota.
Boys, pit stop! They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
This is your bum out.
Yep.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so if you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll be
back.
able to turn in here, and the speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky?
No, it's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other.
usual. You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here?
Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s.
All heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky?
No, it's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Dis 'n Caravelle. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
No, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
Jy is first die last. Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
Good morning and welcome to the Toyota 2026 South African Show Jumping Championships. My name is Taryn Rolt. We are starting this morning at Kyalami Equestrian Park in the Peter Mini Arena with the adult 1 meter 32 phase. You can see the running orders. We've got about 130, maybe 140 odd riders in this class. So a lot of good show jumping happening today and over the next 5 days. Through this class, you can see we have the likes of Gareth Neal, QEC. Also seeing Leona van der Merwe. She's no stranger to the 1 meter 30s all the way up to the 1 meter 50 classes. Course builder for today and for the remainder of the show in this arena is Kate Launder. But our first horse and rider making their way into the arena, that's Andrew Olaf, and he rides Denton Horsebox's Myrusa H. Myrusa H is a 9-year-old mare. She is by Falaise de Muse out of an Indoctro mare. Soft rail through the double of verticals at 4A for Myrusa. Beautiful through the double, Toyota double there. A beautiful round for Andrew Olaf and Denton Horsebox's Myrusa H. He leaves on 4 penalties from that rail at 4A. But a great start, and I think Andrew will be looking to build on that going through the remainder of the show. On track, we have Caitlin Pike. She rides SD Diabab. This is a new ride for Caitlin. Diabab usually piloted by Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Law out with injury. But Caitlin's been doing a really impressive job on Diabab, or Bob as he's formerly known. A clear round for Caitlin Pike and SD Diabab. A beautiful round for that 9-year-old stallion by Diamant Simile. Sure, Team Farnham will be extremely happy to see Diabab cruising around these 1m30 tracks with ease. On our screens, this is Morgan Brits. She rides the 12-year-old mare Online. Morgan also a member of Team Farnham. Morgan and Online have built quite a formidable relationship over the years. They have been together from the much lower grades, and Morgan's done a fantastic job of producing this horse up to a 1m30 level. A little pull to the last, but a clear round for Morgan and Online. The turn now over Ryan Andrews and a very elated KP Endorphin. She's an 8-year-old mare. She, of course, by Eldorado van die Zeeschuk. Ryan electing to take the inside turn to jump number 9. This is, of course, the speed section of the course. And it pays off with a clear round for Ryan Andrews and KP Endorphin. He takes an early lead with that effort as well. A lot of horses still to come, but Ryan looking very, very happy with Endorphin's effort there. See her throwing all of the shapes over that Hollard Oxer. Vanessa West takes our screens next on Fiji Durosay. Vanessa took over the reins of Fiji not too long ago, and they have had a fantastic run. They've really been building a great bond, and they've had some really good results throughout the last year or so. Just a rail falling at jump number 7. Four penalties for Vanessa West and Fiji Durosay. Vanessa and Fiji definitely a combination to look out for this week. So another speed queen in Catherine McFarlane and natural Callao Carmela. Carmela, just a 6-year-old mare. She's by Carnival La Silla. Carmela is new to this height, and she is a very, very spicy mare. Kath really does her best to try and keep calm and keep her as calm as possible. Just a light rail falling for natural Callao Carmel and Catherine McFarlane. So just those 4 penalties. I'm sure Catherine will be happy with that. Carolyn van Schalkwyk rides Los Valiantos. He's an 8-year-old gelding by Branik Consuelos. Caroline opting for the inside line to the Hollard Oxer. This is, of course, the speed section of the course. All Pats as a clear round for Caroline and Los Valiantos, putting them into third place at this early stage. Great positive ride over that Hollard Oxer. So, Colin Chucky Ferreira, and he rides Oxford Callis Linesman. They ride at number 8. Linesman owned by Mr. Brett Latimer. Seen a couple of people land after jump number 5 and opt to go inside to the double, the Toyota double there. I see some people a bit concerned about the time, but it hasn't been an issue just yet. Again, choosing the inside line. If you know Chucky, you know he always likes to be up in the prizes. So if he can go for it, he's going to. .43.25 and a clear for Chucky and Oxford KLS Linesman, which puts them into third place. Didn't look like Chucky was going that fast, but Linesman really covering a lot of ground, and those inside turns paying off as well. Oscar Nkube on our screens. He rides United Way. The back rail of that Toyota Oxer falling. It can be a difficult line being off the gate. Four penalties falling for Oscar and United Way. I think United Way definitely a horse to watch for the future. It's definitely a bred to jump if you ask Oz. But this is Julia de Villiers. She rides Odebar. Julia riding in the Kincardine colours. Of course, Kincardine, she's under the tutelage of Joanne van Achterberg. We see that rail falling again at 4B. Maybe a little tight through that combination. Odebar finding a couple soft rails a little later in this class. She looks like she might be getting a little bit strong down this last line. So 4 rails falling, 16 penalties. We've had 5 clears in this class so far, and I know looking to add a 6th will be Jenna Kirk and the Charmer. Charmer's an 18-year-old gelding. He knows his job out here. He loves his job, and him and Jenna, they really have an incredible partnership. Although I'm not sure who loves Charmer more, Jenna or Jenna's dad, Mr. Kirk. And don't be fooled by Charmer's old age. He is frequently in the prizes. He's often showing these young horses a thing or two. Jenna again opting for that inside turn and taking the inside turn to jump number 10. Elation and a very good boy Charmer as she takes the lead in this 1m32 phase. So into the lead goes the Charmer and Jenna Kirk. 39.50, first combination to come in under 40 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see how many combinations can achieve that. Seems to be you need to take the inside turns. Paige Noonan goes next, Calaho Carmelita. Paige already having a light rail at 4A, so choosing to go on the wider options through the 8 and 9 line. Maybe adding an extra stride there. Ending on 8 penalties for Calaho Carmelita, Paige Noonan. Just the 2 rails falling at 4A and jump number 9. A great shot there of Carmelita is pricked. She loves her job. Soft rail falling at jump at number 9. It's quite a square bend through the Hollard Oxer to that number 9 vertical. Also, that vertical riding right into the gate. So just those 4 penalties falling there. The turn now of Nicole Bates. She rides Brannick Always Special at number 15 on our program. Brannick Always Special, a 17-year-old mare. Nicole beautifully riding down that liner for ABN5. So it seems that, as I've been calling it, inside turn to 8 is becoming the more norm. This a great round so far from Nicole and Always Special, coming down to the last. A beautiful clear round, 41.63, puts them into second place at this time. So Nicole will be very, very happy with that effort. And quite nice to note horses that are in first and second place are 18 and 17 years old. So the oldsters showing the youngsters up, I should say. Bridget Corrals next to go on Zanotelli. Zanotelli, a 9-year-old mare by Centurio. A beautiful clear round there for Zanotelli and Bridget Corrals. Bridget producing our 8th clear round. We still have quite a few 1m30 riders to go in this 2 phase. And next of them to ride is Amelia Campbell-Horn. She rides a Capital Kirona. Kirona by the wonderful Capital Kronos. And she's out of a Rendement mare. And Amelia's really taken the time to produce this horse herself all the way from the start. Corona is new to the 1m30s, and Amelia giving her a really great ride around this two phase. Big smiles, big pats, and a clear round for Corona, 41.33.6, which puts Amelia and Corona into second place. So a fantastic effort. Summer Rahl on our screens. She rides first for horses Mystery March. Summer doting those first four horses' colours of the dye down in the Eastern Cape. Coming into this last line, Summer's been very quick and tight through this course. She'll definitely be our second rider coming under 40 seconds, 35.73, our new leader. That's a Summer Rahl. First for horses Mystery March. I think that'll be quite a tough one to beat. Sanne Klaasen next to go, Galway Bay Mystique. She's a 6-year-old mare by Romanov. So now taking that inside line to jump at number 9. Clear round for Sanne, 46.88. Mystique showing all of the scope over that Kyalami Park Oxa. On track now, this is Danielle Evertser. She rides a Callao Lauricia. Lauricia, 9-year-old mare by Larison. Larison we've seen doing fantastic things this year under Shaden Hendricks. Beautiful shot of Danielle and Larisha over that 3-3-4 oxer. They ended on a clear round. It's put them into third place currently. Katja Riccardi on our screens next. Afrizan's Grundevold Duthot. He's a 10-year-old gelding by Novoso out of Nimidor mare. A real lucky rub coming on the back rail of that oxer at number 5. Another clear round coming from Katja Riccardi and Afrizan's Grundevold. Not quite as quick as the other clears we've seen, so putting Katja currently into 10th place. But they'll just be looking to build throughout the remainder of the show. We've got 5 days of the show. These horses will be doing 3 days of jumping, if their riders choose to do so. And then taking a light rail there at number 2 is Alison Koch and Be Happy Landy, the 15-year-old gelding by My Lord Carthago. Alison and Landy finding a really positive rhythm around this track. Two rails falling, so 8 penalties for Alison and Be Happy Landy. But judging by the pats and smiles, Alison very happy with that. So number 25, I should say, my apologies, comes in next with, that's Jason Phillips and Max Star Conte. Conte, of course, owned by the Max Star Stud. He's an 11-year-old stallion by Non. And Jason's a rider that we'll see numerous times on our screen throughout the week. He has many rides ranging from 80 centimeters all the way up to, here we have him in the 130s. Very relaxed rider, always giving the horses space and time. A very soft rail falling at jump number 9, which leaves Jason and Max Darconte on 4 penalties. Conte just slightly touching it behind. Showing all the scope, Callagho, Iggy Pop and Jody Fernandez. Iggy Pop, a 7-year-old gelding by Innovation. And my word, does this horse have scope, not for days, but for years. It's taken quite a lot for Jody over the years to be able to sit his big jump and try and contain all that power. But she's done an excellent job on producing Iggy up to the 130s. Little miscommunication to the last. But Jody and Iggy Pop ending on those 4 penalties. Iggy happy to pop a short one in for her. And again, showing all of the scope. He's definitely one to watch as he heads up the grades further. Number 27 up next. This is Kristen Harhoff, Brandenburg Live It Up. Kristen taking the inside line to 9 and really going up a gear around the corner there. She's in good contention. She's definitely going to come in under 40 seconds as well. So our fourth rider, my apologies, coming in under 40 seconds. And with her clear round, it puts her into 2nd place at this stage. 36.72 her time. So Taranan Combrink on our screens as she rides a Canal VTS. Canal, a 10-year-old gelding. He's by Capital Conlac. And I know Canal, a very special horse to Taran. He is a home breed. And coming home clear. is Taranan Combrink and Canal VTS. Taran very happy with that. The turn now of number 29, Victoria Rivers, Callao Con Casino. Con Casino by Con Coriano out of a Cassini dam line. Victoria adding an extra stride in that Toyota double. But also opting for the inside line to jump number 9. Adding a last stride at the last, and unfortunately that comes down for 4 penalties. So next to go in our 1 meter 32 phase is number 30. It's Ashley Fox and 334 Hello You. Hello You, an 11-year-old mare by Casal. Hello You, quite a little mare, but she makes up for it with a lot of scope. As you can see there, she's not keen to touch rails. And of course, her bloodlines are proven all through Europe. So we know there's only great things coming from 334 Hello You in the future. But just those 4 penalties for Ashley coming at fence number 8. You can see she's making light work over these 1 meter 30 jumps. Another member of the 334 team. This is Aisling Triggle 334 Hey I'm Wilma. The 13-year-old mare by Castellano. Aisling and Team 334 have a number of horses here throughout the show, and they'll, I'm sure, definitely be looking to place in those top 150 classes and through the Toyota 4x4 series. 4 penalties falling for Aisling and 334 Hey I'm Wilma. The turn now of Jan Daniel Dupree, JME's Diamonds Hoku. Hoku, a 9-year-old stallion by Hakato. And JD, of course, a vet over at the JME Clinic, which is rebranding to the J&Me Veterinary Clinic. So 2 rails falling so far for Diamonds Hoku. So 2 fences falling, meaning 8 penalties for JD and JME's Diamonds Hoku. Tasman Ma rides in next on number 33, Leonie's Secret. Leonie's Secret's quite a small little mare, but Taz loves her. She's a little pocket rocket. And she's usually quite quick against the clock as well. She, of course, taking the inside turn. Double inside turn to the last line. So she won't go into the lead, but it's a very nice, clear 41.11, which actually is good enough for 5th place. You can see that Taz and Leonie were moving, taking all the turns, so going to be quite a competitive class. The time to beat is still 35.73, set by Samaral and First for Horses Mystery March. But the turn now of Sarah Lobsha. She rides JJ's Girl. Sarah hailing from Zimbabwe. Although she does ride on our circuits here in Gauteng regularly. Eight penalties for JJ Zagul and Sarah Loebscher. Tracy Davids rides at number 35 with Diamond Star O Wonder. So Tracy, of course, she's one of South Africa's highly experienced show jumpers. She may not always be up in the 150 classes, but in her day she was a 3-time pony rider South African champion. And I did my research on Tracy as well. In 2007 she was also a South African representative at the All African Games, where the team won a bronze medal. So clear round there for Tracy and Diamond Star O Wonder. So the ball going there for Tyler Parmenter-Bridger and Davenport Rupert. Rupert is a 17-year-old gelding. Tyler only 17 years old. So she definitely has a long career in this sport. She, of course, riding with the NPS Namna, the Nariska Prinsloo Hill. So 2 disobediences results in an elimination for Tyler Parmenter-Bridger and Davenport Rupert. But I'm sure we'll see Tyler and Rupert back throughout the week looking to build momentum. The turn now of Samantha Meering as she rides Confessor, the 8-year-old gelding by Global View. Samantha riding at Linrose Stables with Oscar Ngube and Catherine McFarlane. So through the finish and coming home with a couple of time penalties as well as Samantha Meering and Confessor. So next on our screens, it's Carl Bunzai. He rides a Capital Randall. Randall is an 8-year-old gelding by Rendement out of a Nebab de Rivet Dam line. He's of course owned by Chart Kruger at the TI Stud. Carl, of course, a very well-established South African rider. Not only is he a top show jumper, but he is a top dressage rider as well. So 4 penalties for Capital Randall and Carl. Again, Randall only an 8-year-old, so plenty to come from him as he heads up the grades. Alex Leith rides next to PWM Wealth Amazonas. Ama is a 20-year-old Consuelo gelding. And Alex is beyond fond of this horse. She loves him with all her heart. I know Ama took Alex around her first 1.35 m at Revel not too long ago, about 2 weeks ago. Whenever I speak to Alex, she's always just so grateful for the ride on this horse. You'll see all the pats and smiles as she ends on a clear round, 46.68. You can see even at 20 years, his ears are pricked, he's flicking his tail. He loves to be out here. Chelsea Memorian up next on Sea Ice Atlanta. Chelsea, a very, very successful pony rider, a successful junior rider, and of course making waves up in the adult open classes. Chelsea has competed in, I would believe, every single equestrian discipline offered. Not only did she used to compete, but she used to win. She used to be top equitation rider, fantastic dressage and showing rider. And she even had her hand on the eventing track as well. So coming down to the last clear, and clear through the finish for Sea Ice Atlanta and Chelsea Memorian, 46.94. Not the quickest to clear, putting them into 16th place. But with over 130 starters, Chelsea will be really happy to be in the tickets. Oscar Nkube returns on his second ride, Natural Capital Heart Stealer. Heart Stealer, 7-year-old stallion by a heartbeat. Very successful Danish stallion. And out of a contender mare, which is a legendary Holsteiner bloodline. So this horse has some fantastic pedigree. So that light rail falling at jump number 9 leaves Capital Heart Stealer on 4 penalties. We've had a couple of riders and horses take that rail at jump number 9, a bit of a square turn off the corner and towards the gate. But the turn now of number 42, it's Gareth Neal. He rides a Kiwi C. Kiwi C, an 8-year-old stallion by Kiwi Capital out of a Cascadello dam line. And Gareth, of course, one of our most experienced horsemen. He's built himself quite a reputation over the years for the fantastic horses he has produced up the levels. Through the finish with 4 penalties in 45-1-5. So again, that Afrizan vertical at jump number 9 falling. Definitely seeming to be a bit of a bogey fence throughout this class. So we're going to go and have a quick arena rake. Please don't go anywhere. You can grab a very quick cup of coffee and head back. We've got plenty of show jumping, so don't go too far.
Dis 'n Caravel. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, though. Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
Should be fine. It's a Toyota.
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yep.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll be
back.
able to turn in here, and the speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky?
No, it's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other
usual. You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here?
Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s.
All heading out to somewhere.
News Live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend.
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
No, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
Jy gaan first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
We are back to continue the 1 meter 32 phase here at the 2026 Toyota South African Show Jumping Championships. On track, this is number 45. This is Max Bonamy. He rides Emerald Al Uthan Patah. Batah, a 7-year-old gelding by Ulan du Temple, which is a French-bred stallion. And they come through the finish clear in 44.85, so not one of our riders coming under 40 seconds. But Max giving some big pats as Batah leaves the arena. So they'll be looking to build throughout the rest of the show on that. On track, it's Anton van Wyk. It's a star 334. It's a star 334 by I'm Special Demuse. This horse, of course, bred by the 334 Sport Horse Stud. I saw Anton walking the course with his new baby Arlo. So he comes through the finish with 4 penalties. He had 4 penalties through that Toyota double. Getting some lovely shots of Mr. Bradley Hitchens and Canterbury C. They'll be our next rider to go. Canterbury, an 8-year-old mare. She's by Canon, one of the most influential jumping stallions in the world, I'd say. Canon's offspring have won many Nations Cups, World Cups, Grand Prix all around the globe. And Bradley and Canterbury have really produced a good partnership and worked their way up the grades. Bradley giving her a great ride over the Hollard Oxer. Beautiful rhythmical clear for Bradley Hitchens and Canterbury C. A lot of these riders may not be riding to win the class. They'll just be riding for some lovely clear rounds as they build momentum towards the championship class, which happens on Saturday for these 1m30s. So the turn of Zara Didi Lurie. She rides a Cloud 9, 15-year-old mare by Consuelo. And Zara, of course, one of our very exciting younger riders that we have in the country. She built An exceptional CV as a pony rider and a junior. She's already up in the 150s. So again, that Afrizan vertical at jump number 9 causing some issues for our riders on track. Zara and Cloud9 ending on a total of 6 penalties, 2 of those being for time. Three greys in a row, and the third grey Equifox convoy, Abby Haynes, the 13-year-old Consuelo Golding. .41.89 and a clear round for Abby Haynes and Equifox convoy. Which actually good enough for eighth place at this stage. So Abby keeping it nice and tight. Team 334 back on our screens. This time Leona van der Merwe rides 334 Malvera. .334 Malvera is by Carrera VDL, and she's by a Diamante de Simile dam line. And Leona, an absolute professional when it comes to producing horses. Her string speaks for itself. The likes the 334 Vedette, 334 Finale U, the list is endless. Classy and beautiful riding as always from Leonie van der Merwe and 334 Malvera. Cameron Nicole Duplessis on our screens. She jumps number 53, Jupiter de Martin Linville. The 13-year-old gelding by Quicksilver. Cameron Nicole hailing from KwaZulu-Natal, riding under the Team Langley colours. A cosy and comfortable clear for Cameron Nicole du Plessis. So Jason Phillips returns. He's on his second ride, Callao Lomarin. It's also owned by Christelle Funamava. The 9-year-old gelding by Lissabon. Lomarin not only an open show jumper, but he also excels in the showing ring. So clear round for Jason Phillips, Callao Lomarin. They just break the 40-second mark, 40.08, which puts Jason into 5th place at this stage. First place currently still being held by First for Horses, Mystery March and Summer Roll. She jumped at number 18, so seems like it's going to take quite a lot to beat that time. And on track we have Kaylee Walker. She rides Cento del C. This horse owned by Bradley Hitchens, who we saw ride a little earlier on Canterville C. Coming through the finish, they'll go clear, 48.44. So as I said earlier, a lot of these riders will just be hunting a comfortable clear round to kind of build themselves up to that championship class on Saturday. There's over 130 riders in the 1 meter 30, so that championship class is going to be very competitive. Kyra White rides next on Capital Ryland. Ryland, an 8-year-old gelding. Here by Rendement. Soft rail falling at 4A. We've seen a couple riders kind of just not have the impulsion of the turn. But we also notice Kyra keeping her turns tight. The time is always a factor in these classes when you're jumping up at a 1.30 m level. One rail of falling, which leaves Kyra and Capital Ryland on 4 penalties. Great shot of Ryland over that Country Life of vertical. Amy Hay jumps next. She is aboard Othello B. Amy, a phenomenal young rider. She's doing an incredible job producing her own string up the grades. She, funny enough, has 2 horses called Othello. The other Othello van het Kieserhof, currently sits in 8th place on the Toyota Ultimate 4x4 Series rankings. So we'll see the other Othello and Amy taking action tomorrow in that Toyota class. But Othello B, the 6-year-old stallion by Eldorado van der Zeeschok. A beautiful round for Othello B. 4 penalties. But a good time, 42.37. Natalie Heim rides next. She rides iFarmer Callao Ardens in the... You can always spot Natalie in the warm-up in the show with her iFarmer Orange. And Natalie is known to be quite a speed demon on this horse. She often finds herself not just in the prizes, but often quite in the top 6. She's coming down the last line in a very good time. She's definitely coming in under 40 seconds, 37.69. I told you she would be speedy. Puts her into 3rd place at this stage. So it seems to get into the top 6, you have to come in under 40 seconds. That time to beat still 35.73. It's going to be really tough to beat. There's quite a lot of horses still to come, and I'm sure someone's going to definitely be wanting to give it a bash. On track, Julia Bald, NB Hospitality EC Nigeria Rebel. That Kailami Park Oxer has given a couple riders some issue. Has got some very bright white poles to it. But Julia will just be looking to keep her rhythm and see the finish. So returning to our screens, it's J.D. Dupree, this time here aboard Jamie's Capital Hudson. JD has produced Hudson from the lower levels. Can be quite difficult for him, being a vet. Doesn't always get to jump all the classes he wants to. Sometimes he has to rush off and deal with emergency situations. Clear through the finish, 43.37. He doesn't quite come into that top 6. But it's good enough for 14th place. The turn now of number 61, it's Paige Lee. She rides Callao Van Dango. The 10-year-old gelding by Callao Victory Forever. Out of a Lord Pezzi dam line. I know Paige has a couple of youngsters that are starting their journey into the show jumping rings. I'm very excited to see what those horses offer. Clear round for Callao Fandango and Paige Lee. They're at time 41.29, so not quite cracking under that 40-second mark. So puts them into 8th place at this stage. Beautiful slow-mo of Fandango throwing shapes over that Kailami Park oxa. On track, Michelle Fleming, Plastic Colors, a Master Batch Capital Lavanda. Lavanda, a 9-year-old mare by Capital Levubu, out of a Nabab Derby mare. Dam line, my apologies. Michelle, of course, a very highly experienced South African show jumper. Michelle picked up Lavanda off the auction a couple years ago, and she's really taken her time to build a partnership up to these bigger heights. And showcasing it there with a clear round 44.51. So Michelle giving us our 30th clear round of the class. Lavanda showing that there's plenty of space for the jumps to go up. Aidan Lithgow onto our screens next. He rides the Paddock's Sinatra. Sinatra, one of the older horses in our field. He's a 20-year-old gelding by Shiraz. And although he is 20 years old, if you had to ask Aidan, he behaves like a 4-year-old sometimes. Aidan says he can be so cheeky. I spoke to Aidan while he was walking the course. I asked him if he would be doing any of the inside turns to try and get a ticket. He said, Taryn, the only thing I want to see is the finish. He says Sinatra's been testing him this week, and he'll be glad to find the finish. Again, a lot of these riders building towards that championship class on Saturday. Lots of jumping still to go before the final class. And a great shot of Sinatra through that Hollard oxa. Caitlin Methvin Rennie on track with Bullsport MacGyver. MacGyver rubbing the B element of that Toyota combination on the way out. Caitlin opting to go around the Kyalami, giving her a straighter ride through this line where we have had a couple problems throughout the class. Caitlin and Bullsport MacGyver finishing on 4 penalties. The turn now of Ivan van der Sade. He rides Tack and Tog's Ocean Co Dior. Ocean Co Dior, 7-year-old stallion by Verdi TN. Verdi TN, of course, by Quidam Derival. Ivan's not exactly pushing this horse to go fast, but he's keeping his turns very tight. So he won't come in under that 40 seconds, but he'll be clear in a pretty good time of 42.80, which puts him into 12th place at this stage. So with over 100 horses in the class, Ivan looking very happy with that effort. But if there's someone that is willing to give it a go, it's Hannelise Kampfer. And she rides VTHS Afrigard Calaho Kondabisi. Kondabisi, a 7-year-old gelding by Concoriano. Hannelise is not afraid of the clock. If anything, she loves the challenge. She's always going to lay down the mark. And again, that Afrozan vertical Just clipping the toes of Kondabisi there. Coming in with a pretty speedy time, 39.45, so she comes in under that 40 seconds. That unfortunate 4 penalties at jump at number 9. But Annalisa Kamfa Kalaho Kondabisi, definitely one to watch throughout this week. Next up, a man with a wealth of experience. It's Gregory Scott. He rides the 14-year-old gelding Camaro. Coming down the last, and it's clear for Gregory Scott and Camaro, 40.99, so they just break the 40-second mark, which, as we said, you have to come in under 40 seconds to get into that top 6, so that effort leaves Greg in 7th place. On track, Hayley Wyndham Quinn. She rides a Brannock Lord Latano. Hayley hails from the Western Cape, although she now resides in Johannesburg. Four penalties for Hayley Wyndham Quinn and Brannock Lord Latano. So Oscar Ngube returns for the 3rd time in this class. He rides Svikile Kalaho I'm Splendid. The 8-year-old gelding by I'm Special Demuse. I think having 3 horses in this class also speaks to the level of professionalism that Oscar has. He's really got a full string, not just these horses in the 1 meter 30s, but he's got many horses, again, from 90 centimeters up to these open levels. Taking that inside line to the Afrizan, not having any problems. Coming through the finish clear, 45.75. Oscar will be really, really happy with that. 3 horses in the 1 meter 30 so far and 3 lovely rounds. So team 334 back on our screens. The turn of Kaylee Passara. She rides 334 Jasal. Jasal is a 10-year-old mare by Kissel out of a Quidam Derval dam line. And really nice to see Kaylee back in the ring. She took a little bit of a break to have a baby, a beautiful baby boy. I think it also speaks to Kaylee's riding to be off for so long and to come back and be straight in the 130s. Kaylee, a very careful rider. She's ridden up in the 150s on numerous different horses. She's produced plenty horses. So, in a clear round to welcome Kaylee back on 334 Jasal. So we have 33 clears in this class so far. And, looking to punch another clear round in will be Sten Muchner and Highlight Z. Highlights the 7-year-old stallion. Apologies. He is bred by the Zangus Scheider stud. He's by Heartbeat. Heartbeat, of course, by Heartbreaker. And on that dam side, we've got Cornet, Oblensky, Lord Pezzi. This horse has the pedigree to go right to the top, and paired with Sten, I have high hopes for this combination. He's clear through the finish, 42.76 for Highlight Z and Sten Muchner. So not quick enough to get into that top 6. But it does put Sten into a comfortable 13th place at this stage. And a lot of riders will be happy to pick up some of those lower placings. These riders ultimately just looking for consistency in their rounds. On track, Michaela Martin, Penbrit Takara. Michaela, an incredibly successful young rider. She's produced many horses, many ponies. I think she's also stolen a couple of her mother's rides. She's a confident, clean rider. So 12 jumping penalties and a couple of time penalties for Michaela Martin and Pen Britakara. Courtney Khan next to take the start. She rides Emerald Isle Animo's Airbender. Emerald Isle stud based in KwaZulu-Natal in the Midlands. So through the smiles and it's all clears for Courtney Khan and Emerald Isle Animo's Airbender. They end on a clear round. The turn now of Kevin Vessels. He jumps number 76, Capital Charis. Charis, a 15-year-old mare by Consuelo. And Kevin and Charis have been building a partnership for quite a while now. So he comes to the last, just carrying the 4 penalties. 46 4-2 for Kevin Vessels and Capital Charis. So next to go, this is number 77, it's Paul Kent. He rides a Callao Concato. Concato, an 11-year-old gelding by Con Coriano out of a Staccato dam line. Again, that Afrizan vertical claiming another victim. 8 penalties for Paul Kent and Callao Concato. Little thumbs up from Paul there. So the return of Bradley Hitchens, this time aboard Capital Renegade. Renegade, a 9-year-old gelding by Rendiment out of Capital Star Dam Line. Seen a couple of Rendiment horses jumping in this class. We had Capital Randall and Capital Ryland come through a little earlier. Bradley finding a nice rhythm with Renegade around this track. Ever so slightly touching that rail on the Afrizan vertical, which has been giving quite a couple of problems to riders through this class. But Bradley and Capital Renegade ending on the 4 penalties in 44.90. So the bell has gone for Lawrence Mowat. He rides Norafino. Norafino is an 8-year-old stallion. Lawrence has been producing this young stallion for the last little while. Says he can be extremely tricky at times. And Lawrence, of course, currently sitting in second place for the Toyota 4x4 series. So this is a big, important show for Lawrence and his 150 ride Callao Lorenzo. He'll be looking to pick up some valuable points this week heading into the South African Derby. And again, that Toyota series first competition will be tomorrow at the 150s. So make sure that you are tuned in to the live stream. Lawrence definitely taking the wider approaches to all these fences, really giving Norafino space and time. He's not worried about the time at all. He just wants to give Norafino around just like that. So a couple of time penalties are there for Norafino and Lawrence Mart, but he'll be really happy to keep giving the stallion the rounds that he needs at this level. The turn now of Jade Walsh. She rides Oxford GS Special Ed. Jade, of course, no stranger to this height. She and her legend of a horse, A New Era, took the country by storm many years ago. They also produced fantastic results overseas, the Hickstead Derby. But since then, Jade's really enjoyed kind of riding the younger horses and developing them up the grades to the 1m30s. She has two beautiful daughters. Now they are her pride and joy. I know she's itching for them to get on their ponies. And a clear round for Jade Walsh and Oxford GS Special Ed. Kirsty Muchner on track now. She rides Candy Girl. Kirsty really likes to produce her own horses. She takes her time in doing it to make sure that they are all rideable. And between Kirsty and Sten, they've really built an incredible string of horses over there at Gallop Lane. And she's clear in 42.62, so not again quite breaking into the top 6, but still definitely sitting in the places. Sitting in the mid place is currently in 13th place. So Kirst will be really happy building on that around throughout the week. Another lady who knows how to lay down the hammer is Zandi Alcock, Nina Rickaby. Zandi, a very calculated rider. She puts in a lot of homework at home so that she knows when she gets to the shows her horses are ready to go, and she's always willing to give it a bash. You can see she's picked up a gear. She always wants to be competitive. And she should come in under the 40 seconds, which will put her in our top 6. 38.73. Yes, it's good enough for 4th place. So, like I said, Zandi, she knows how to manipulate the clock into her favor, and into 4th place she goes. We're roughly halfway through the class. We've still got a lot of horses still to go, but the return now of Leonie van der Merwe. She rides 3-3-4 Ingeborg. Ingeborg, a 9-year-old mare by I'm Special Demuse. And Leona, a really classy, elegant, beautiful riding, always, from Leona van der Merwe. And also worth mentioning that all the 3-3-4 horses that have come across our screen are so beautifully turned out, the horses and the riders. So a real classy round by 3-3-4 Ingeborg and Leona van der Merwe. So again, Leona not pushing for those top prizes. She's building towards those championships. She knows to put the hammer down when it counts. On track, this is Janine van Wyk. She rides a Foresight Gentilly. Gentilly is a 10-year-old mare by Casper. Big smiles and big pats for Foresight Gentilly and Janine van Wyk as they jump clear. So we've got about 45 riders left in this class, and next to ride is Jenna Capon. She rides Equicover Saltash Celtic Warrior. Celtic Warrior, a 10-year-old stallion by Consuelo, out of a Callao for Joy dam line. Jenna, still a young rider, still many years for her at these open levels. So she'll be here gathering experience. We look forward to seeing what Jenna can produce throughout the week. Just the 8 penalties for Jenna and Equicover Saltash Celtic Warrior. Jenna, another victim of that Afrizan vertical here. We see it again. Those poles seem to be so light. The horses are really just rubbing their toes on that top rail, and it's going down. The turn now, Stacey Lee Weston. She aboard Western Farrier's Charlie's Touch. Stacey definitely one to watch out for this week. She's got multiple rides across multiple different heights. And it may not look like it now, but Stacey knows how to put her foot down and really challenge the clock. So clear round, 41.63. So that puts her into 12th place at this stage. On track number 89, it's Jane Hahn. She rides Linden Time. He's a 15-year-old gelding by Lindenberg. And Jane's really taken the time to bring him up these levels, make sure he's comfortable. And he really tries his heart out for Jane every opportunity. So another victim of that Afrizan vertical. See, Jane has not been the only one that has had trouble there. A second refusal will unfortunately result in an elimination for Jane and Linden Time. But like I said, keep an eye out for Jane this week. She'll be looking to consistently improve her rounds. Next to go, Aniska Smit, Capital Cullinan. Cullinan by Capital Castigo. And Castigo used to jump in the 1 meter 50 classes with Johan Kakolhofer as well as Chris van der Merwe. The top rail falling off that Hollard Oxer. Coming to the last on just the 4 penalties and leaving on the 4 penalties in 41.77 is Capital Cullinan and Aniska Smit. And again, Aniska wasn't chasing or cutting the corners too much, and still a speedy time of 41.77. We will be going to have a quick rake break, so if you need to use the bathroom or grab a cup of coffee, please do so. But don't go too far. We'll have more action from the 1 meter 32 phase in a few minutes.
A bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yeah.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll
back.
be able to turn in here, and a speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other usual.
You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey,
Ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here?
Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s.
All heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
No, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
If jy first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick though. Oh shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
No, it should be fine. It's a Toyota.
So we are back at the Toyota South African Show Jumping Championships here at Kyalami Equestrian Park. If you are just joining us, we are currently going through the 1 meter 32 phase. We have about 45 riders left in this class. We still have plenty of show jumping throughout the day and throughout the week. But we start now after the break with Karen Sander. She rides Quick Trade CIS Mamili. Mameli is an 11-year-old mare. And Karen's done an exceptional job of bringing her up the grades to the 1 meter 30s. We have seen her in the 1 meter 35s as well. And Mameli is very quick against the clock. I told you she'd be quick, 38.87, so she's not quick enough to take the lead, but she does put herself into 5th place at this current stage. You can see Mameli being so adjustable down that last line. On track, this is Jennifer Jacobi as she rides a Conquistador. Conquistador is a 13-year-old gelding by Connoisseur. Had a couple of horses finding the back rail on that Toyota double going in. Off the turn to the gate. Can lose a little of impulsion there. But she comes through the finish with the 4 penalties. Again, a lot of these riders just looking for comfortable rounds as they work through this show towards the big champs class. So next on our screens in the purple is Capital Crispin. Crispin piloted by Shanae Bean. Crispin, a 7-year-old gelding by Capital Conlank. Shanae's one to watch out for throughout the week. She often likes to ride these rounds nice and quiet, and she shows up for the championship class. But clear round there for Capital Crispin and Shanae Bean. Not quite coming in under that 42nd mark, but still in the lower prizes as it stands. Hannah Gerber rides next on number 95, Voishko Sahara. Sahara usually ridden by Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Of course, Law out with a shoulder injury at the moment. Sahara is a 14-year-old mare by Consuelo. Hannah's such a classy rider. She does have a couple of her other horses that she's produced. She's jumped Picasso up to the 1m50s. A beautiful clear round, but that last rail coming down for 4 penalties for Voishko Sahara and Hannah Gerber. I'm sure Law will be beaming with that round. So coming through the start, this is Danica Etheridge. She rides at Tannenhofer Konilaika. Konilaika, 14-year-old gelding by Connoisseur out of a Clarinus dam line. So she's just carrying the 4 penalties as she comes down this last line. Time not bad either, 44.04. And 4 penalties for Tannenhofer Konilaika and Danica Etheridge. So on our screens, it's the ever-talented Jean Corber. She rides Equine Walker SA's CIS My Angel. Sean, of course, one of the most talented riders that South Africa has to offer. She also currently leads the Ultimate 4x4 Toyota rankings on Equine Walker SA's Lexington. First competition in that Toyota series taking place tomorrow, an opportunity for them to pick up points, and again on Sunday. And Jean, being 10 points in the lead, should be looking to pick up some valuable points and try and create a gap between her and Lawrence. Stunning clear round of 41.47 for Jean Corber, Equine Walker SA's CIS My Angel. So it puts her into 13th place so far. A lot of these riders will be very happy with a ticket, a little bit of prize money in their pocket. And again, they're just looking for consistency through this week, ending towards that championship. But Gregory Scott returns, so this time he rides back on track Harper Lee. Harper Lee is by Hammer van Het Bjerkenhof. Out of a Balabetu Duraway dam line. Harper Lee's dam is actually 3 Socks, which is a horse that Rogan Askin used to jump in the 1 meter 50s here in South Africa. And I know that 3 Socks has gone to really breed them some fantastic little foals. A couple of time penalties there for Greg, and back on track Harper Lee. So next to have a bash at the 1 meter 32 phase is going to be Chantal Chelin. She rides a Capital Celestial, a 10-year-old mare by Capital Chicoletto. Chantal becomes another victim of the Afrizan vertical at jump number 9. It's quite a square turn off the Hollard to that vertical. I think a lot of people deciding whether they should add or drop a stride. Also, quite a tall upright there as well. But 4 faults for Capital Celestial and Chantal Chelin. On track, Kaylin MacDonald, she rides Carlson 113. This is a newer combination that really seemed to be making a splash in the show jumping world. Of course, Carlson used to be ridden by Luca Watson. Luca gone off to pursue his rugby career down in Natal. And Kaylin taken over the reins on Carlson. Carlson's quick and speedy, and Kaylin loves it that way. She likes these hot horses that take her to the jumps. A nice speedy time, 41.57, and leaving all the jumps up for a clear round. So that'll definitely put them up into the prizes, sits them into 14th place, and definitely a combination to watch during this week. Gia de Klerk on track. There she rides Voice-Kirsch Delgado. Delgado owned by Jamie Jankalo. 10-year-old gelding by Alpha So Cool. Gia taking the extra pull and just rolling the top rail off that 334 Oxer. But a good time, 39.63. So that definitely would have put her in my top 6 contention, but that 4 penalties unfortunately will count against her. So the return of Kaylee Pissarra on her second ride, 334 Nunu. Nunu is a 10-year-old mare by Naldo out of the Kalido dam line. Kaylee's so calm and quiet in the way that she rides. She really lets these horses do their thing around the course with very minor adjustments. She's clear through the finish, 43.58 for Kaylee Pissarra and 3.34 Nunu. Courtney Khan returns for her second ride, this time aboard Emerald Owl Advantage Miss Sharapova. The Afrizan vertical strikes again. So Courtney Khan and Emerald Isle advantage, Miss Sharapova. They'll leave on 12 penalties. Those are last 3 poles being taken there. But a great shot of them through that Toyota double. So the turn now of Stuart Hofmeyer. He rides Elvis M53. Elvis, 12-year-old gelding by Aldo. And Aldo, of course, by Eldorado Fundi Zeshuk. Stuart truly loves this horse more than anything, and he's really taken the time to produce him up the grades correctly. He's never wanted to rush him. You can see the partnership they've built there, Elvis helping him out at that Toyota double. Elvis and Stuart can also be very, very quick against the clock. Stuart tries to play it low-key until the championship class. But he's definitely one to watch out for. Clear round in 42.17, so not into that top 6, but definitely into the placings. And as I've mentioned probably countless times, riders are looking for consistent, happy, clear rounds that they can build on throughout the show, so that by the time they're jumping those champs classes at full technicality and full height, the horses are feeling ready, and riders as well. Murray Pote jumps next. Rivervale, You For Me. You For Me is an 8-year-old stallion by Ulan du Temple of a Consuelo dam line. Murray taking the inside line to that Afrizan vertical and not having any problems. So that's a clear round for Murray Pote and Rivervale, You For Me. Does put him into one of the later prizes. But again, these riders never complain to get a little bit of money in their pocket. On track, Johan Lotte. He rides a Capital Lennox. Lennox is a 7-year-old gelding by Capital Luvubu. And Johan, one of South Africa's finest show jumpers. He's represented South Africa at the highest level. Interestingly enough, Johan also has 2 horses in the top 10 standings of the Toyota Ultimate 4x4 series. So clear round for Capital Lennox, Johan Lotte, 48.80. Not quite quick enough for a prize, but I'm sure Johan and Joe will be beaming with that clear round. Kelly Bezuidenhout on track, My Intuition. Now, this is a combination to really keep an eye out for. They are very quick against the clock. My Intuition is very, very careful. They have won numerous 1m30 classes. Just taking both the rails through that Kirsten Drew combination. Kelly's been producing this 9-year-old gelding for quite a number of years. Again, taking the inside turn. Not quite paying off, just rubbing the Afrizan vertical. But again, Kelly knows that Intuition can clear the height. It's just about polishing up a couple of edges this week. So 16 penalties, a couple of rails falling there for My Intuition. But the time was also quick. She did have those rails, but she was still 41.67. So that's why I say Kelly's definitely one to watch out for against the clock. Paul Kenter returns, so this time aboard Bos van Overs Z. He's an 8-year-old gelding by Bernetti Z out of a Diamant Semele dam line. So second refusal results in an elimination for Paul Kent and Bos van Overs. See, he did a circle before the Hirsch's jump at number 2 and then a circle before the Toyota combination, which will result in an elimination. So quite a few riders in this class having multiple rides, and Kirsty Muchner being one of them. She's back on her second ride, and this is GL Remember Me. Remember Me is a 9-year-old gelding by Reniment. We've had a couple of the Reniments jumping in this class. You'll have seen them in the likes of Capital Randall, Capital Ryland. Been a couple other to come through, so Reniment proving his bloodline in South Africa. And Kirsty already has a clear on her other ride, Candy Girl. So 2 for 2 clears, 42.03. Not quite making the top 6, but definitely going home with a ticket today. So the turn of number 111 on the program. That's Sabrina Barbaglia. She rides back on track. Calaho Loki. Loki is a 12-year-old gelding by Lissabon. Sabrina riding at Northlands stables under the tutelage of Rogan Askin and Greg Scott. Looking like Loki starting to get a bit strong for Sabrina through the latter stage of this course. You can see her actually doing a circle there. And she's going to elect to retire. She's had a couple of poles. Loki not a young boy, and she knows that she's got a couple days of this show to improve. So on track, Alex Null. He rides Air Holidays Calaho Lucavela. Lucavela, a 15-year-old gelding by Lissabon. Lucavela owned by Corinza Hunter. We have seen him up in the 1m40 classes, but this a new horse and rider partnership. Alex Null, of course, riding for Team Healy. No, he's been very helpful to Ronnie while Ronnie oversees preparing for the World Championships in Aachen. Just 8 penalties for Alex Null and Air Holidays Calaho Luca Vela. So again, a new partnership. I'm sure Alex will be happy with that, and just looking to keep building the consistency through the show. Next to go, Imogen Hilterman. She rides Big Smiles Albrecht 10. Albi, as he's more fondly known. Imogen brought Albi into the country quite a few years ago, and they have built such an incredible partnership. Albi's taken Imogen around a couple of 1.50 m tracks, really given her all the confidence to keep climbing the grades. Imogen now got a couple new younger horses coming up the grades as Albi does get a little bit older. Taking the inside turn and just touching that Afrizan vertical again. It's really caused quite an issue for some of our riders in this class. Time's good, 41.01. And just those 4 penalties falling for Imogen Hilterman and Big Smiles Albrecht 10. So coming through the start, this is Tanya van Lille. She rides Calaho Con Kiono. He's an 11-year-old gelding by Con Coriano. Him and Tanya have really built a strong connection over the last few years. Can get a bit strong for her at times, but she's learned how to rein him in. She's also learned how to use his speed when needed. Just not quite to finding the back rail of that Toyota Oxer. Heard Tanya as she came around the corner asking him to, whoa boy. A big smile from Tanya van Lille and Calaho Con Kiono. They'll leave on 4 penalties. So next on our program, Emma Cutts. She rides a Lebanon DB. Lebanon by Lissabon, and quite a few Lissabon offspring coming through this class. I'm sure we'd see a lot of Lissabon offspring throughout the show. She took the inside rail, and again that Afrizan vertical has come down. Really do have to give the horses some space off that vertical. But all smiles for Emma Katz as she heads through the finish. 4 penalties, a good time, 37.53. Could have potentially put her into 4th place, but unfortunately that rail falling will take her out of the prizes entirely. So Simon Hendry, he rides Callao Kasparov. Kasparov owned by Michelle Dawson. Kasparov is by Kasparon. And he is quite a quirky 9-year-old. Simon, of course, being one of the best in the country when it comes to producing horses. He's got a good time coming to the last, if he can keep it up. I spoke too soon. The last one falling for 4 penalties, 39.83 the time. So it would have put him into the top 6 if that rail had stayed. I see Kasparov just rubbing that rail behind. Next on track, Shani Swanepoel. She rides Rumpus. Rumpus is a 13-year-old gelding. He's by Davenport Ramirez. And I know that Shani loves this horse more than anything. He has done wonders for her. Shani's also one to watch out for against the clock. She's very, very tight around her corners, often finding herself in the prizes. So again, the Afrizan vertical claims another victim in Shani Swanepoel and Rumpus. Coming down to the last on 8 penalties. She'll leave it on 8 penalties, so 43.87. So it's not a bad time. Again, Shani will be having her focus set on the championship round. So Kaylin MacDonald returns on her second ride. This is Callao Concero, 12-year-old gelding by Concoriano. I mentioned earlier, these are newish combinations for Kaylin. She's only been riding these horses for a couple of months. This horse in Carlson 113. Of course, these horses ridden by Luca Watson. He's down at Hilton, becoming the next Springbok rugby player. And Kaylin doing an exceptional job in his absence on these horses. She's won multiple classes in her very short stint on them. Kaylin herself, a very disciplined athlete. She is a mighty fine crossfitter. She's a good runner. She keeps up to her health and fitness. It's very important to her and her husband, which I think helps her give these horses such a fantastic ride. Another clear round for Kaylin, this time on Kalaho Kuro. Their time at 45.57. So it's not quite quick enough for a prize, but she still sits in the prizes on Carlson 113. So the turn now of Jenna Eager as she rides Michaela Corsten's Martin Collins Cassius Clay. Cassius Clay, or Mfana as he's called at home, he's a homebred by Michaela and her family. Jenna getting the ride on him now, while Michaela, she just gave birth to her second child, a beautiful daughter. And he can be quite cheeky, Mr. Mfana. So 8 jumping penalties and a couple for time for Jenna Eager and Martin Collins Cassius Clay. So we go now to Nariska Prinsloo Hill. She rides GCS Max Fantastic NPS. Nariska, a speed queen herself, often finding herself up in the places. Nariska coming back from an injury. So she'll be looking for just some consistency for herself, getting her eye in up at these higher levels. But in saying that, Nariska has developed quite a phenomenal string of horses for herself. So she should come in just under 40 seconds. There we go, 39.12, which will put her into 6th place. So, like I said, it didn't even look like she was trying to go too fast, but she finds herself in 6th place. Great shot of them through the Kirsten Drew double. So Stacey Lee Weston returns for her second ride in this 1m32 phase. This time she rides number 119, Western Farriers Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl is a 14-year-old mare by Quartz d'Eclipse. Stacey electing to retire after the 2 rails, saving her horse for another day. We've still got plenty of show jumping coming up this week. She knows she can't win it with the 8 penalties. So she'll be back tomorrow even stronger. We go now to Caratal Z and Katie Frank. Caratal Z, a 15-year-old gelding from the Zangerscheide stud. So by Caratano Z out of a Ritual Dam line. Katie, a very prominent junior. Her and Caratal Z used to do exceptionally well in the equitation. And as you can see, Katie's equitation, the way that she rides, she's calm, quiet in her leg, her seat, and her hand. Again, great foundation riding. Makes it a lot easier when the jumps get bigger. A clear round for Katie Frank, Caratal Z. Not quite quick enough to get them into the prizes. There are only 35 prizes up for grabs. We've had 57 clear rounds so far. So team 334 back on our screen. So this time the turn of Kyla Brains. So she rides 334 Chimera. Kyla and Chimera have a fast built, very strong bond in the arena. Find themselves on the podium more often than not. And I think this horse has just really given Kyla the confidence in these higher levels. And I think Chimera has enjoyed heading around these 130 rounds and just having a hell of a lot of fun. She's very quick as she comes down the last line, not quick enough to win it, but I think she is quick enough. 38.98, so she goes into 6th place. She knocks Nariska Prinsloo into 7th. The turn now of Nika Serfontaine Graham. She rides Callao Heraduan. Hera 9-year-old mare by Harold III out of the Balubet Duraway dam line. Source built a lot of confidence under Catherine McFarlane, and now Nika taking the reins and really doing a wonderful job here with Hera. Again, we see the Afrezan vertical falling. Maybe just a little bit of too much of a strong ride through that line. But she carries 8 penalties as she heads through the finish in 45.56. So she won't be getting a prize. But I think Nika will be very happy to start the show off that way, and it's definitely a positive way to continue the show going forward. Next to go is Ryan Woolbridge. He rides the Bergs Opaline VDB. Opaline is a 7-year-old mare. And by Callis out of a Diorado dam line. So some exceptional bloodlines in this mare. So Ryan will go through the finish with 8 penalties. Not a bad time, 42.38. Great slow-mo of Ryan over the Winx vertical. We are slowly nearing the end of this 1.32 phase. Still about 10 or so horses left to go. And next of them is Adrian Brink and Pine Dean Dakota. So we've had 3 rails falling so far. Adrian will be guiding Dakota around this track for mileage. Mileage, mileage, mileage. That's so important for these horses to get used to the technicality of this height. Adrian Brink, Pinedine, Dakota. They end with a total of 20 penalties. So we still wait for someone to catch Summerall, and first for horses Mystery March. She leads the class with a time of 35.73. And if there's someone that would be willing to give it a bash, it's Leandri, Lewis Reeks and Sailor Sam. Sam's a 10-year-old thoroughbred gelding. Can see her doting the first 4 horses, Namna. She's up on the clock and she's taken that inside turn. She's kept the Afrizan jump up. She's coming down this last line. If she can keep these up, she'll be very, very quick. She was very quick, 36.54, which would have put her right into second place, but that last rail falling, the Country Life vertical there. So again, that single rail, she would have been in second place, and the rail took her out of the prizes completely. So actually quite a competitive 1m32 phase class here. Just see a slow-mo of that last Country Life vertical. Sailor Sam just rubbing it with his hind legs. The return of Nicole Brits on her second ride. Brannick Always a Fantasy. She jumped clear early on in the class. She'll be looking to go 2 from 2 clears. Always a Fantasy, an 11-year-old mare by Always One. She opted for the longer route to that Hollard Oxer, which will put her behind on the clock. Definitely not into time penalties. But a clear round of 45.16 for Nicole Brits, so she'll take 2 from 2 clears in this class. Been speaking a lot about consistency, and that's exactly what our riders want. Consistent riding over all of their horses in the class. We see Greg Scott for his 3rd round of this class. He rides a Callao Constantino. Constantino's owned by Paul Kent. We saw Paul on some of his other rides in this class as well. And Constantino by Concoriano. Constantino showing amazing shape through that double. Coming to the last, he is clear. The time is not bad at all, 41.16. So it won't put him into the top 6, but it'll definitely put him into the prizes. Puts him into 14th place at this stage. Great shape shown by Constantino through the Toyota double there. On track, André Altona de Klerk, Gledsmere Cosmelito. Cosmelito is a 12-year-old mare by Gledsmere Casimir, out of a Kinvara Blue Thunder dam line. And Cosmelito just not finding enough space to jump out of that Toyota double. So 2 stops results in an elimination for Gledsmere Cosmelito. Cosmelito maybe just not finding the space needed to get out of that combination. Quite a small mare, and these jumps are quite big. Everything, of course, built to height by course builder Kate Launder. We go to number 129 on the program. That is Geordie Byrne. She rides Esprit BWF. Esprit, still a youngster, just a 6-year-old mare by Aldo out of an Acclaim dam line. So she's got the breeding to really get her up the grades. And Geordie experienced up in the 150s. She has another ride, Sequoia Vela. She's done exceptionally well on and produced herself. Geordie used to be quite the eventer when she was a pony rider. She's switched to show jumping. She's really proved what a classy athlete she is on the eventing circuit and in the show jumping ring. Again, that Afrizan vertical falling. But Geordie will be just looking to give her consistently clean rounds around the 1m30, and that's exactly what that was, with just 4 penalties falling. 38.191 is the time, so a very good time. She comes in under that 40 seconds. Definitely would have put her into the top 6 had she kept all the rails up. So I'm sure Geordie will be really, really happy with that effort. And again, Geordie Byrne, one to watch out for through the South African Championships. So on track we have Monique Erasmus. She rides a Capital Camaro. Having a bit of trouble at jump number 1. They seem to be finding their rhythm. That Afrizan vertical really becoming a bogey fence throughout this 1m32 phase. And unfortunately a stop at number 1 and a stop at number 11 will result in an elimination for Capital Camaro. I've just heard that Afrizan vertical that I keep going on about has gone down over 22 times in this class. So you have a 1 in 6 chance of taking that pole, essentially. So just proving that line a lot trickier than people giving it credit for. Jump number 8, the Hollard, set on a little bit of an angle to that Afrizan vertical. But on track now, Kaylee Pisara. She's back for her 3rd ride of the class. And that's a 334 Mill Street 6. Mill Street, of course, owned by the 334 Sport Horse Stud. Kaylee is heavily involved. Mill Street. He's a 13-year-old gelding. He's by Messenger out of a Latino dam line. I think it also just speaks to the level of Kaylee's riding, to be out of action for roughly a year and to come back into the 130s and produce not 1, not 2, but 3 really classy rounds. I think that speaks a lot to Kaylee's riding and the production of her horses. So Kaylee was clear for jumping, but she ended up with a 1 time penalty. Time hasn't really been an issue too much in this class, but Kaylee again just making her return. She'll be more than happy with the 3 rounds that she's put in today in this 1m30 class. So on track we have Heather Mostert. She rides Apollo Funny Couple Z. Apollo also bred by the Zangerscheide stud. I've seen a couple Zangerscheiders come through this arena. We had Caratal Z, we had Highlight Z. Now we've got Apollo Funny Couple Z. So Apollo's bloodline already proven around the world. A bloodline jumping up to the 1.60s in Europe. So I think if we just give Heather and Apollo a little bit of time, we'll see them up in those Grand Prix classes really soon. And a beautiful clear round there for Heather and Apollo. A bit slow to get into the prizes. But if you ask Heather, she'll tell you the champs class is where it all matters anyway. Johan Lotte back on our screens. This time he is aboard Rivendell Samwise. Rivendell Samwise owned by Victoria Rivers. She also did jump earlier in this class. Samwise is an 8-year-old gelding by Rivendell Serendipity. And Johan Lotte, of course, one of the best in our country. You can definitely catch Johan in the 1.50 classes a bit later this week. He'll be pushing to get points in the Toyota 4x4 Ultimate Series. He has 2 horses sitting in the top 10. And a great round there. Only an 8-year-old, so he'll be pushing mileage on Samwise. They just have those, they leave with those 4 penalties. Next to go, Ashley Healy, as she rides Hausberger's Astrid. Astrid is a 7-year-old mare. And I know Ashley has been producing Astrid since the 90 centimeters. Ashley, of course, having a phenomenal string of horses. She also currently sits in 4th place on that Ultimate Toyota 4x4 series. You'll be hearing me talk a lot about that this week. Ashley sits in 4th place on Hausberger's Aldo. Healy family very busy at the moment. We know Ronnie overseas. Team South Africa prepping for the World Championships in Aachen. And Ashley trying her best to manage and hold down the fort here in South Africa. the yard, the two boys. She has her hands full, and she does an amazing job. A clear round for Hausberger's Astrid. So keep a lookout for Ashley Healy this week. She's got some fantastic horses. And Astrid, just one of the phenomenal horses in the Healy string. Coming through the starter now is Jonathan Clark. He rides Back on Track, Every Cloud TH. The stunning grey owned by Linda Ellerine. Jonathan, a truly quiet but so effective rider. One thing I truly admire about Jono is his incredible upper body position. Never find him falling on a horse's neck. He's got such incredible upper body position, and it really allows his horses to jump through their shoulder. He is clear as he comes down to the last. He won't be in the top 6. He won't be in the prizes at all, but a clear round for Back on Track, Every Cloud TH. I'm sure there's big smiles from John, and I'm sure big smiles from Linda as well. So that does conclude our 1 meter 32 phase. There are 35 prizes up for grabs. We had over 130 horses across the start line. We are just waiting for confirmation on the final result. Don't go anywhere. We still have plenty of show jumping throughout the day. We have the 135s coming up next. And if you do happen to find yourself in the Kyalami area over the next few days and over the weekend, pop into Kyalami Equestrian Park. You can watch the South African Show Jumping Championship, proudly sponsored by Toyota. Otherwise, you can join us on the live stream. We'll be here every single day covering all the action in the Peter Mini Arena. So while we are waiting for the final confirmation of the 1 meter 32 phase results, I'd just like to talk to you a little bit about the Toyota Ultimate 4x4 series. I'm talking about it a little bit through this class, but essentially how it works is there are 4 main shows on the show jumping calendar. Event 1 was the Toyota Easter Festival. Event 2 was the Midrand Toyota World Cup qualifier. And this is Event 3, the South African Adult Show Jumping Championships. There are 2 classes here at the SA Champs where riders can pick up points. The first competition happening tomorrow, so please make sure you're around for that. And then, of course, the main championship class will also count towards points. The event will take over. The last event in the series is the Toyota South African Derby. The points there are worth double, so it's all to play for at the Derby. Currently, Jean Corba, Equine Walker SA's Lexington, they lead the standings. They are 10 points ahead of Lawrence Mowat and Calaho Lorenzo. So it sounds like a lot in 10 points, but I promise you it is not there. So over the 4 events, I mentioned the 4 shows. Each show has 2 classes where the riders have an opportunity to pick up points. Out of the 4 shows, that will mean 8 classes. 6 of their scores will count. So this challenge really proves that you need to have consistency in your horses. You have to have horses that can jump on grass and on sand. You have to have horses that can do the derby element while also keeping horses fit and sound, and also riders trying to keep them sound as well. But it looks like we do have confirmation in the results of the 1 meter 32 phase. First place going to that lady right there, Summer Roll, and she rides her first 4 horses. First horse is Mystery March. You see Mystery March getting a lot of love there from Summer. They've traveled all the way up from the Cape, from the Eastern Cape, and they are here, and they are really showing up at these Joburgers in the first class at least. So you can see first place being awarded there to Summer Roll, and first for horses Mystery March. Great way to start summer's SA Champs show. Second place, it's Kristen Harhoff. She rides Brandenburg Live It Up. Third place went to Natalie Heim and iFarmer Calaho Ardens. And fourth place, Zandi Alcock and Nina Rickaby. I did warn that Zandi was quite the speed queen. Zandi actually picked up a third place at the Burlington Cup not too long ago. That's our third place rider, Natalie Hine. Always in her notable iFarmer orange colours. Fifth place went to Karen Sander and Quick Trade Sias Mameli. And sixth place, Kyla Brains. I told you she's on the podium more often than not. She rides 334 Chimera. So these are our 1 meter 30 two-phase prize winners. As this class draws to an end, but don't go too far. We still have plenty more show jumping taking place today. We have the adult 1 meter 35 A2 competition happening next. So there'll be plenty of action there. Go grab some lunch, grab something to drink, maybe a coffee, but don't go too far. There's plenty more action right here.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
There's your bum out.
Yep.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll
back.
be able to turn in here, and the speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other usual.
You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here?
Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s.
All heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
Ja, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
Fix a paint. Let's go racing.
Jy eind first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, though. Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
No, should be fine. It's a Toyota.
Boys, pit stop!
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Welcome back to Kyalami Equestrian Park. If you are joining us for the first time, then welcome. My name is Taryn Rolt, and we are here at the 2026 Toyota South African Show Jumping Championships. We just had a very exciting 1 meter 32 phase, and we are now moving to the adult 1 meter 35 A2 competition. Can see some of our riders there. But our first rider on track, this is Victoria Rivers, and she rides Rivendell Coldplay. So she carries 12 penalties as she comes down this final line. Penalties, Victoria Rivers and Rivendell Coldplay. And again, this is the first class our 1 meter 35 riders and horses are jumping. They will have more classes throughout the week. You can only expect the level of riding to get higher and the times to get quicker. So Taryn Allnut on track now with Callao Cairo. Cairo is a 9-year-old mare by Con Coriano out of the ForJoy dam line. She's clear as she goes through the finish in quite a speedy time, 67.92 for Taryn Allnut and Callao Cairo. We go now to Michaela Martin. She rides number 4, Penbrit's Sherlock. Sherlock, a horse that Michaela stole from her mom. And Sherlock and Michaela seem to be having a lot of fun around these 1 meter 35 classes recently. Clear through the finish and quite a speedy time, 64.16 for Michaela Martin and Penbrit's Sherlock. On track, this is Lauren Neal. She rides Tilo FZ. He's a 9-year-old gelding by Toulon. Lara, of course, the owner of Equestrian Affair. They are a riding and tack apparel brand. She's coming clear to the last, not quite as quick as the other two riders that came in before her, 76.51. But still a clear round and a nice steady clear for their first round in this SA Championships. We go to number 6 on the program. It's a Moon Zapper, ridden by Alexandra Wexler Snow. Moon Zapper is a 19-year-old gelding by Mooncharm. He is not an easy ride. And Alex does her best to manage him and let him go in the way in which he feels comfortable. So 8 penalties is what Alexandra Wexler Snow and Moon Zapper finish with. So the turn of Rainer Korber. He rides a 334 Casserati. Casserati, of course, owned by the 334 Sport Horse Stud. So Casarati is a 9-year-old gelding by Casal out of a Diorado dam line. Some incredible bloodlines in this horse. He's clear as he comes through the finish, 68.24. So a good time, which puts him into third place very, very early in the class. But again, you'll hear me talk about this a lot today, is consistency. Riders are looking for consistent rounds. This is only the first of the 1.35 meter classes. They are building towards that championship later in the week. On track now, Victoria Gravenstein. She rides Sunny Park Classic Queen. Although Victoria did take the first pole, she's produced a really beautiful round there. 75.18 is her time. So this is number 9 on our program. It's Katie Syme. She rides Fit Sports Labs Struben. Struben is a 13-year-old gelding by Visionaire. Katie, of course, rides at Sunny Park Stables with her sister Nicola Syme Riley. Couple of rails falling around the course for Struben and Katie Syme, but Katie's still newish to the 1.35 m, and she's really just looking to find her groove in the 1.35s, find her niche, and get her and Struben to a consistent level. So a couple time penalties coming for there as well, but big pats for Struben, and we'll see Katie throughout the week, and no doubt getting stronger and stronger with every round, as we hope for all our horses and riders. The turn now of Jason Phillips. He rides Kalaho Koleto. Jason riding a multitude of horses. I spoke to him a couple of weeks back and I asked him, Jason, how many competitive horses do you have? He said at that current time he had 18 competitive rides, which is an incredible string. Of course, he has different owners. Some he owns himself. But I think that number of horses just speaks to Jason's ability to ride so many different horses, shapes and sizes, and to ride them well. So he finishes on just the 4 penalties, quite a quick time of 68.79, and that's for Jason Phillips and Kalaho Koleto. Team 334 back on our screens. This time the turn of Chris van der Merwe. He rides 334 Casarimo. Casarimo, an 8-year-old stallion by Casal, one of the very few Casal stallions in South Africa. Chris showing what a professional he is. The way that he rides is envious. Giving every horse such a phenomenal ride. Really speaks to the professionalism of all the 334 riders. And a clear round for Chris van der Merwe and 334 Casarimo. Chris giving us our 5th clear round of the class. So another 334 entry on the program. This is 334 Kalaho Stand By Me and Ashley Taylor. Ashley, of course, needs no introduction. She is one of the finest young riders in the country, under the exceptional tutelage of her parents, Barry Taylor and Lorette Knowles Taylor. She'll go through the finish with the 4 penalties for Ashley Taylor and 334 Callagho Stand By Me. Just that front rail falling at jump number 11. Again, showcase of Ashley's riding, just the slight adjusting in that combination. On your screens, this is Lauren Pretorius. She rides number 13 Equicover Capital Cashmere. Cashmere is by Capital Colnado. So Lauren opting to go on the inside turn through that line. Just rubbing the vertical on her way out of that double. But she'll come down on those 4 penalties in quite a speedy time, 67.58. Which would have been good enough for second place without that rail falling. Tamarin Burton-Moore rides the next. She rides Adult Callegro. Callegro, 14-year-old by Consuelo. Through the finish she goes, all clear, 78.17 for Adult Callegro and Tamarin Burton-Moore. So we go now to Tanya van Lille, number 15 on the program, and she rides Callagho Lucius. Now Tanya is known to be quite speedy against the clock. Lucius, a 13-year-old gelding by Callagho Lisbon. So he's got the pedigree to jump this height. And Tanya really gives him a comfortable ride through these courses. Can be quite hot and feisty, and she really just allows him to do his thing by still giving him enough space during the jumps in between distances. So she goes through the finish on 4 penalties. A nice speedy time. Of 69.44. So we go to number 16. This is Bradley McCarty. He rides Voluta da Dio. Brad hailing from Natal, making the trip up to Gauteng for these Toyota South African Championships. Time allowed for this class is 84 seconds, so I think he has found himself a time penalty. So clear for jumping, but 1 time penalty for Bradley McCarty and Voluta da Dio. So through the start, this is Gareth and Neil. He rides Callahow's Bolzano de Quins. This horse owned by the Callaho Warmblood stud. And we already saw Gareth's wife Lara get a clear round earlier on at Tilo, so he'll be looking to do the same thing. So 8 penalties for Gareth and Neil and Callaho's Bolzano de Quins. Just those 2 rails falling for Bolzano. So back on our screens is Leona van der Merwe. This is the first of her 1m35 rides. She had a couple of rides in the 1m30 class, but she is now aboard 334 Vedette. You'll be seeing a lot of Leona van der Merwe this week. She has numerous horses in the 1 meter 30 through the 1 meter 50 classes. She'll also be trying to contend for the 1 meter 50 SA champs. Some beautiful, classy, clear round for Leona van der Merwe and 3-3-4 Vedette. So this is number 19. This is Sanne Klaasen. She rides Regenesis Vet Colterra. She's clear as she comes down the last line. Well inside the time as well. And a beautiful clear round, 71.77 for Regenesis Vet Colterra and Sanne Klaasen. Which puts her into 4th place at this stage. We still have a lot of horses still to go, about 60 horses in this class still to go. So on track, this is Jonathan Clark. Back on track, Nero. Nero owned by Linda Illerine. Jonathan's such a poised rider. Gives every horse a phenomenal round. And they leave on 4 penalties in 72 seconds exactly. So the turn of team 334 one more time. This is Aisling Triggle aboard 334 Diamond Prince. Diamond Prince, a 9-year-old gelding. He is by Diamant de Semele out of a Contendro dam line. So his bloodline well proven across Europe. And Aisling doing a fantastic job here in the 1 meter 35s with him. We've had quite a number of riders in the class so far, just rolling the top rail on that Kyalami Park Oxer jump at number 11, as Aisling did for 4 penalties there, and 334 Diamond Prince. Jenna Eager on track now. She rides Leander D. And Leander being quite a small horse. What he lacks in size, he definitely makes up for in scope. She's clear over the last and clear all the way home for Jenna Eager and Leander D. 74.94 is the time, which currently puts them into 5th place. Time to beat 64.16, which was set by Penbritz, Sherlock and Michaela Martin. Coming in now, this is Sarah Capozorio. She rides Millbrook, enough said. Now, enough said, I believe his stable name is Oreo. He is very spicy and hot. And Sarah sometimes struggles to contain all of that energy. But best believe when it comes to it, Sarah is very speedy against the clock when she wants to be. So coming to the last, not quite as quick as everyone else, but still a very good time, 72.93. And a clear round for Millbrook, enough said, and Sarah Capozorio. On track, Katie Loebscher. She rides a Calaho Vidaro. Vidaro, a 9-year-old gelding by Victory Forever. Vidaro really throwing shapes through that double of verticals. Again, another victim of that Kyalami Park Oxa. We've had a couple take the top rail, just not finding the right line off the corner. So KT and Vidaro will leave on 4 penalties. Their time was good, 70.22, which would have put them into 4th place had they kept all the poles up. But if there's someone that is potentially chasing the clock, it's Mika Chalker. She rides Equicover Rivervale.com. Mika's opted for the inside turn. Slight miscommunication between Mika and .com, but very glad to see Mika back up on her feet. You can see Mika saying she chased for that long one when maybe she shouldn't have. But I have no doubt we'll be seeing Mika in full form through the remainder of the show. So on your screens, another 334 team member. We'll call him the boss of the 334 team. This is Govert Triggle in 334 Kokoluba PS. Govert, of course, starting the 334 Sport Horse stud and having nothing but incredible success. Kokoluba is a 10-year-old mare by Cornette Blensky out of a Choco Blue dam line. This horse's bloodlines are well proven all through Europe. And Govert really gives her a quiet, gentle ride. He's never pushing her or hurrying her. He waits for the jumps to come to him. Govert's a very well-established open rider. He's jumped 150s in South Africa as well as through Europe. And he knows what it takes to jump at the top. He knows what it takes to breed horses to the top. Gavit, just a top horseman all round in his personal life, in his business. Clear through the finish in 81.48. Not the quickest of the clears, but Gavit will be more than happy to keep building on that clear throughout the show. The turn now of number 26. It's Colin Chucky Ferreira and Oxford Super Deluxe. Super Deluxe in 8-year-old gelding by I'm Special Demuse. See, we've had a lot of horses by I'm Special Demuse coming through this arena today so far. This horse, of course, owned by Brett Latimer. Chucky also one to look out for, not just against the clock, but in the Toyota 4x4 Ultimate Series on his stallion Kolensky Derivalzi. $68.71, nice speedy clear for Chucky Ferreira and Oxford Super Deluxe. Puts them into 4th place at this stage. Still quite a few horses to come. Seems like if you need to get into that top 6, you have to come in under 70 seconds. And a great shot of Chucky over that Kyalami Park Oxford. It's been giving a couple of problems throughout this class. Gave a couple of problems in the 130 class in the opposite direction as well. But we go now to number 27. It's Ruby Tarantino, and she rides Amor under Z. So Ruby Tarantino, Amor under Z, they across the finish line with 8 penalties in 77.58. Great shot of Under Z through that double of verticals. Next on our screens, the turn of 28. This is Gia de Klerk. She rides a Callao Vasco Duan. And for those of you who are watching the 1m30 classes, you will have noticed Gia on her other ride, Hera Duan. So I think it's safe to say Gia has a type. And most of these riders in the 1m35 will just be looking for a balanced clear to start their show. Of course, some of them will always be gunning for first place, but you'll find a majority of them are just looking for a nice quiet clear, and they'll start pushing the limits as the show goes on. But a beautiful clear round for Gia de Klerk, Callao Vasco Duan. So the time 81:44, which puts her into 11th place at this stage. Again, as mentioned, you have to be under 70 seconds to get into that top 6, and that time to beat is 64:16, which was set by Penbrit's Sherlock and Michaela Martin. On track now, Caitlin Pike, Callao Casalona. Casalona, 12-year-old mare by Callaho's Casperon, out of a Landor S dam line. Two fences falling, which leaves Caitlin and Callao Casalona on 8 penalties. See Casalona just not finding enough space through that double of verticals. The turn now of number 13, Nicole Bates. She rides My Hercules. Hercules, a 19-year-old veteran. Nicole opting for the inside turn. Finding no trouble down that line. A clear round, 70.86 for Nicole Bates and My Hercules. It puts her into 5th place at this stage. Next to go, a lady who needs very little introduction. It's Nicola Syme, Riley and Rendaro. Rendaro is a 9-year-old Redmond gelding. He's owned by Kay Schofield. And Nicola has been producing him up the grades for the last number of years. Nicola's such an effective rider. She has won multiple national titles at all different heights on a multitude of different horses. That's another clear round, this time for Nicholas Syme Riley and Rindaro. Their time is 74.82, so puts them into 8th place at this stage. But Nicola, she prides herself on consistency. She'll be looking for consistent rides on all her horses throughout the show. On track, Max Bonamy. He rides Emerald Isle Carpathian. He's a 9-year-old stallion by Canaan out of a Demiro dam line. It's just incredible to see the amount of international bloodlines in South Africa, and knowing that these bloodlines are going to grow our sport is incredible to see. He's very speedy coming down this last line, not as speedy as Michaela Martin. 66.52 will put him into 2nd place at this stage. So back on her 2nd ride, it's Taryn Allnut, this time aboard Dubliner. She currently sits in 3rd place on Callao Cairo, and she'll be looking to try and squeeze into the prizes on Dubliner as well. Taryn's going to find herself into time penalties. So a stop, a rail, and a couple time penalties for Taryn Allnut and Dubliner. And again, a lot of riders, this is their first class. There are 3 classes for the 1 meter 35s throughout this show. So a lot of riders will jump this class, make adjustments in the next class to help themselves be ready for the championship. On our screens, this is Ryan Andrews. He rides number 34, KP Quarter Lemon. So I know this horse very, very special to Ryan, not just because he bred it, but this horse's dam is Crushed Lemon. Ryan used to ride a Crushed Lemon in the open classes. And a Quarter Lemon, she's by quality time. She's an 11-year-old mare. So Orion have been doing some really good breeding over at the Keller Park stud. A good time, 63.32. So he's had the quickest time of the class so far. He just did have those 2 fences down. See another victim of the Kyalami Park Oxer at jump number 11. Laura Neal returns, this time aboard number 35, Callahoo Corrigan. Corrigan, a 10-year-old gelding by Callahoo Corinth, out of a Heartbreaker dam line. Corrigan was previously piloted by Martin Swanepoel. Laura Neal taken over the reins. She's really got a phenomenal string of horses. We saw her earlier on Tilo. And you can keep an eye out for Laura through the 140s and the 1 meter 50 classes. She's clear coming to the last. Not the quickest of times, 77.08, but still clear all the way for Laura Neal and Callahoo Corrigan. Does put Laura into 13th place at this stage. Again, a lot of riders looking just for that calm and collected clear on day 1. And they'll start pushing to be in the prizes as the show progresses. On track now, number 36, it's Caroline Lee. She rides a Nutella. Carolyn and Nutella are pretty new to the 1 meter 35s, but they have been blazing a trail since their debut. And I think there's good things, only good things to come from this horse and rider combination. Clear for jumping, clear for time, a clear round for Caroline Lee and Nutella. Next to go, number 37. This is Jodie Peters. She rides Callao Con Remo. Con Remo, a 10-year-old gelding by Callao Con Coriano out of a Romero Z dam line. She's clear through the finish in 74.22, which is good enough for 9th place at this stage. Penbridge Sherlock and Michaela Martin still sitting in that leading spot. Their time 64.16. We go now to Jessica Tunias, Whitewater's Amelia's Silver Lining. Quite a speedy time as she comes through the finish, 62.30, a very good time. But that fence falling at jump number 11 seemed to be a little bit of a bogey fence in our track. That Kailami Park Oxer at jump number 11. Next on our screens, the turn of Miss Hannah Garten. She rides Equine Performance Products Shakuna PS. Shakuna, an 8-year-old mare by Chakun Blue, out of a Charming Boy dam line. And of course imported from the Paul Shokamola stud. Hannah herself been involved show jumping overseas in Europe, but she's back and rebuilding her string in South Africa, and Chakuna being one of the greats in her string. She comes in under that 70 seconds, 69.83, which puts her into 6th position at this stage. The return of Jason Phillips, this time he aboard KP Quinterly. Quinterly owned by Olivia Myrtle. And again, I think this is the 4th or 5th time we've seen Jason on our screens just today. What I find so remarkable about Jason is he rides all these different horses, but he's still able to find his rhythm on every single horse he rides, giving each horse a perfect ride. And a great ride there from Jason and KP Quinterly. 72.08 puts them into 9th place at this stage. So Chris van der Merwe returns to our screens. This time he is aboard number 41, 334 Lerona. Lerona is a little bit hotter than some of his other rides. She likes to go with her nose poked up a little bit, but Chris does a great job in just giving her space. And keeping her on a comfortable rhythm. A great round by Chris van der Merwe and 334 Lerona. Clear 76.57. It won't put him into the top 6. It'll put him into 15th place. But Chris will be really happy to pick up a ticket with Lerona in this class. We go to 43, Grant Langley. It's Callao Enzo. Enzo is a 7-year-old gelding by Callao Equinox. So good time, 69.61. Just those 4 penalties falling at the Kyalami Park Oxa. You can see Enzo just not finding the back rail. We're going to take a quick break while we rake the arena. Please don't go too far. Grab a quick snack or something to drink, and we'll be right back with more of the action from the 1m35 A2 competition.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where are you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other usual.
You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here?
Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s.
All heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
Ja, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
Jy eind first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, though. Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
No, it should be fine. It's a Toyota.
boys, pit stop.
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yeah.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll
back.
be able to turn in here, in a speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
So welcome back as we continue the adult 1 meter 35 A2 competition here at the Toyota South African Championships. Still got about 35 odd riders still to come in this class. So you see the likes of Jason Phillips, Chris van der Merwe, Jody Peters, Laura Neal, all still to come on some more rides in this adult 1 meter 35 A2 competition. Well, we do wait for our horses to start entering the arena. Just to catch up on where we are in the class. Currently leading, we have Michaela Martin and Penbert Sherlock. She was clear in 64.16. She was only the fourth rider to go. So she's held that lead for quite a while. We have just behind her, currently sitting in second place, Max Bonamy. Third, Taryn Allnut. Fourth, Raina Korba. Fifth, Chucky Ferreira. And sixth, Hannah Garten. Those are the top six as it stands. Again, still 35 odd horses to go, so anything can happen. So after the break, we are starting with Heather Mostert. She aboard Bronica Cassandra. Heather taking the inside line to that fence, but unfortunately just rolling the top rail. And again, that Kailami Park Oxa, jump number 11, causing a little bit of problems for our riders. It's quite a stocky Oxa off the corner, some bright white poles on it. So a total of 12 penalties, a couple of them for time for Heather Mostert and Brannick Cassandra. But the turn now of Tracy Khan, Emerald Al Khalisi, number 46 on the program. Khalisi is an 11-year-old mare by Kanan. I've seen a couple of Kanan babies in this class. So a couple of time penalties added to the existing penalties for Emerald Al Khalisi and Tracy Khan. And a reminder, this is the only first class for the 1 meter 35s. The tracks are big. This is the South African Championships. So the tracks are big and they are technical. So all horses and riders will be working towards bettering their rounds throughout the show towards the championship class. So we go to number 44 on the program. It's Sten Muchner. He rides Impangeli Carlotta Deliocean. Carlotta owned by Impangeli Logistics. 14-year-old mare by Conrad. And Sten, another rider who tends to let his riding speak for itself. He's an incredibly balanced rider with a lot of feel. So 2 rails are falling, which will leave Sten and Impangeli Carlotta Deliocean on 8 penalties. Next to go, Georgia Rorick. She rides Capital Don Costello. Don Costello, an 11-year-old gelding by Capital Don Camarco. And he's really given Georgia some amazing rounds through the 135s all the way up to the 150s. She's got a very good time coming into the last, 61.61. Definitely the fastest time we've seen today. Just those 4 penalties falling out of that double of verticals. We go now to a man who needs very little introduction. This is Barry Taylor. He rides a Farnham Lago S. Barry, of course, an absolute legend in South African show jumping. Barry actually had a heart surgery a couple of years ago, and since that heart surgery, it almost seems as if Barry has come back more competitive than ever. We've seen him flying up the grades in the 140s. I think we'll see him in the 150s very soon. And not just competing, but winning. So Barry showing the youngsters a thing or two or three. And 69.20, it's going to put him into 6th place on Farnham Lago S. Leona van der Merwe returns. This time she aboard 334 Kiss by Theseus Z. And get used to hearing this lady's name, because not only does she have a fantastic string, but she is a top show jumper. She's had incredible results this season on all of her horses. She's definitely a tough one to beat. She's clear through the last in 75.28, which will put her into 15th place at this stage. So next to go, this is Annelie Nel. She rides a Frictivard Cento. He's a 10-year-old gelding by Donatello out of a Consuelo dam line. Annalie producing a very rhythmical and fluid clear round, is 74.66. It won't put her in the top 6, but it does put her into 13th place, so she's definitely in contention for a prize. And I think Annalie will be very, very happy with that round. And let's see what comes from her as we go on through the week. The turn now of Adrian Brink. He rides number 51, Pinedene Charleston. Charleston is a 12-year-old gelding by Consuelo. So just the one rail of falling, which gives Adrian Brink and Pinedene Charleston 4 penalties. Not a bad time, the 72.61. We go now to Nariska Prinsloo Hill. She rides the Blue Steel Equestrian at Capital Carlin. Carlin, one of the younger horses in Nariska's string. She's an 8-year-old mare by Capital Colnado out of a Capital Shiraz dam line. So Nariska Prinsloo Hill and Blue Steel Equestrian Capital Carlin will leave on 8 penalties. And again, I mentioned Carlin's still a youngster, so Nariska will consistently keep her up at this level. We go now to Tanya Chellan. She rides Don Quixote Z. It's clear for jumping, clear for time, clear all the way for Tanya Chelin and Don Quixote Z. Time just not quick enough to get into that top 6. Puts them into 12th place at this stage. So next on the program is number 54. It's Stuart Barker. He rides iFarmer just on time Z. You'll notice Stuart is sporting the colors of iFarmer, the orange. Him and Natalie Heim, you'll always see them in their orange. The stallion, a 15-year-old stallion by Jetem Flamenco. It's clear all the way for Stuart Barker and iFarmer just on time Z. Not quite too quick enough to get into the placings. But again, as I've mentioned, this is only the first class for the 1 meter 35s. A lot of these riders will be building towards that championship class, which is happening on Saturday. Here we go now to number 55, Celeste Gibbons, and she rides the very beautiful Trojan horse. Trojan, one of the very few patchy horses that are jumping in the opens here in South Africa. Celeste and him have been building this partnership for quite a number of years. And Celeste has very slowly been guiding him up the grades, making sure that he takes everything in his stride. Getting a little bit strong down that last line, but Celeste and Trojan Horse leaving on 12 penalties. So just the 3 fences falling. Got a great shot over that to Kalami Park Oxer, which has given us a couple problems throughout this 1 meter 35 class. On track, number 56, Olivia Garton. She rides Equine Performance Products Silana. And Silana, a 10-year-old mare. She is by Consuelo. She is actually the foal of a horse that Cinzia Pasteris used to jump in the 1 meter 50s, called Cleopatra. Cleopatra, very, very successful in the top grades with Cinzia. And Cinzia bred this foal. And now Olivia having all of the fun on her. Two rails falling at the end of the round to give Olivia Garten 8 penalties. The time was good though, 66.43 would have put her into second place had she not had those rails down. But this is definitely a combination to watch throughout the week. Fiona van Wollenstein rides next on number 57, Premier Envy. Fiona is very competitive. You don't always think she's a speed queen until she gets into the arena. Always keeping her lines and her turns so tight. I'm sure the clock will show it at the end of a round. (63.71). There she does. She jumps into the lead with a new time to beat. 63.71. And a clear for Fiona van Wollenstein and Premier Envy. I told you she keeps those lines and those turns really, really tight. And putting herself into pole position in this 1 meter 35 speed class. Next to go, the turn of Kiara Byrne. She rides Nemesis H. Nemesis, an 8-year-old stallion by Untouchable out of a Heartbreaker Dam line. So she just carries the 4 penalties as she comes down to the last. And she'll cross the finish with 4 penalties in 71.58 for Kiara Byrne and Nemesis H. Next to go, it's the turn of Hilton Ford. He rides in number 59, Rivervale, Back in Time. So 2 rails falling for Hilton Ford and Rivervale Back in Time. We go now to Greg Scott. He rides at Callao Loreto. He's number 60 on the program. We have seen Greg already on at least 3 rides throughout the 1 meter 30s. Loreto, an 11-year-old gelding by Larison. So Gregory Scott and Callao Loreto, they'll leave the arena on 4 penalties. Nicholas Syme Riley returns, this time aboard at Rivendell Limitless. Limitless also by a Lissabon. Had quite a few Lissabons in this class so far. Nicola trying to, Limitless down to the last. And they'll leave on 4 penalties in 74.98. We go to number 62 on the program. It's Nicole Horwood. She rides a Capital Cornet Blue Z. Cornet Blue Z is a 9-year-old stallion. He is by Cornet Oblensky out of a Choco Blue dam line. And Nicole's really taken her time with him to make sure that he was ready for these open grades. Nicole Horwood, of course, such a stylish and elegant rider. And proving out there with a clear round for Capital Cornet Blue Z. They're not quite quick enough to get into the prizes. But he is definitely a stallion to keep an eye out for the future. Nicole Bates returns, this time on Diamonds Belmonte. She currently sits in 9th place with her other ride, My Hercules.
Nicole. You can jump.
And Nicole making it 2 from 2 clears. With a beautiful clear round there on Belmonte. Puts her into 12th place, so currently sitting in 9th and 12th place respectively. Max Bonamy returns to our screen. This time here aboard PDL Husqvarna Z. Max currently sitting in 3rd place position on his earlier ride, Emerald Isle Carpathian. A beautiful round for Max and Husqvarna. Just those 4 penalties falling at jump at number 11. We've had 30 clears so far in this 1 meter 35 A2 competition. We have about 15 or so horses left to go. And the return of Laura Neal on her 3rd ride of the class. This is Kalaho Sambuca. So that pesky Kailami Park Ox falling again to give Laura Neal and Kalaho Sambuca 4 penalties. What's interesting about that Kailami Park Ox is we've had a number of riders almost override the corner and take the front rail, and a couple riders who have underrode the corner and just landed on the back rail. But next to go, number 67, it's Shani Swanepoel. Here she rides in Nickelback Diav Z. So she comes through the finish just with the 4 penalties on Nickelback Diav Z. Next on the program, number 68, it's Kalaho Lieutenant Fire. It's owned and ridden by Jean Cilliers. Lieutenant Fire by Lissabon. I've already mentioned lots of the Lissabon offspring jumping in this 1 meter 35 class. She's clear for jumping, clear for time, a clear round for Jean Cilliers and a Callao Lieutenant Fire. So, returning with her second ride at Jodie Peters. This time she rides a King of Hearts. And Jodie and her late mom, Sue, heavily invested in the spelling of racehorses. Jodie and Sue actually bred a racehorse themselves, and Jodie has been training that horse on the track and riding it herself, and it would be really, really exciting if we could see Jodie on the racetrack with the horse that she bred with her mother. So Jodie, we are all rooting for you, and we are all hoping to come and watch you race on the track. A great round there from King of Hearts and Jodie Peters. Just the one rail falling, leaving them on 4 penalties. So heading through the start, this is Paige Noonan. She rides at Rivervale Bon V. Paige rides under the tutelage of Liam Stevens over at Disa Stables. And Paige is also one to watch when it comes to the clock. She's keeps it quite quick. I'm sure we'll see that when she goes through the finish. So the time 62:47. It was definitely good enough. Just that one rail falling at the double of verticals for Paige Noonan and Rivervale Bon Fee. We go to number 71 now. That is Jason Phillips. He rides Zara Didi Lurie's Napolitano Z. I think this is Jason's 5th horse in the Peter Mini today. He of course also has other horses jumping in other arenas at the show. So 3 rails falling for Jason Phillips and Napolitano Z, which leaves them on 12 penalties. So back on our screens, it's Chris van der Merwe of Team 334. This time he rides 334 Don Rato. Don Rato, an 8-year-old stallion by Diamant de Simile out of the Caratino dam line. Clear for jumping, clear for time, a clear round for Chris van der Merwe and 334 Don Rato. The turn now of Lucia Greef. She rides Sans Dancer. Lucia, a very exciting young rider. She rides under the tutelage of Nicola Syme Riley. Her mom, Marlene Greef, also an open show jumper. A really great time, 64.16, which would have been good enough to put her in a tie for second place, but those last 3 rails on the track falling to leave Sans Dancer on 12 penalties. So next to go, it's the turn of Joanne Roberts. She rides Jericho uit Frankrijk. Joanne definitely giving it somewhat of a bash. She's kept all her lines and her turns quite tight. You can see the time as she's coming down to the last. And just rolling the top pole on the 3-3-4 upright for 4 penalties. It was a good time, 67.94, which would have put her in 5th place if we had just kept that last 3-3-4 upright up. Heather Mostert back on our screens. This time she rides Callao Chevello. Chevello, a 10-year-old gelding by Chiletto out of a Lissabon dam line. You see Heather just getting a little too close to that Prestige vertical and not quite finding the space to that One Insurance Oxa. So 8 jumping penalties and a couple for time for Heather Mostert and Callao Chevello. Tracy Khan back on our screens. So this time she rides number 77, and that's Emerald Al Kilara. Kilara, a 9-year-old stallion by Kanan. We've seen a couple of his offspring throughout this 1m35 as well as the 130 class earlier. Oh, a really polished, clear round for Tracy Khan and Emerald Al Kilara. It's good enough to put Tracy into a placing. It's one of the lower placings at this stage, but I'm sure Tracy will be happy to hopefully pick up a ticket in this class. On track now, this is Callao Karina and Kimberly Williamson. Kimberly recently debuting in the 1 meter 50s. And having a really nice round, so hoping to see Kimberly continuing to grow through these higher classes and make her mark in the 1 meter 50 classes. Having a really great round here in the 1 meter 35s. The time looks good as well, 70.03, leaving all of the jumps up. It's good enough for 9th place at this stage. Next to go, we have Paige Gage. She rides Callao Lushetto. Lushetto, a 14-year-old gelding by Lissabon. Paige has a very, very exciting string of young horses. She's picked up a couple of youngsters at the last few auctions. We're really excited to see those horses make their way up through the rankings. Clear through the finish, she goes in a time 76.76. So a good start to the 1 meter 35s for Paige and Lushetto. Again, keep an eye out for Paige this week. She's a speed queen and often finds herself in those higher places. On track, Oscar Ngube. He rides a natural Callao Consigo. Oscar and this horse have featured in the 1 meter 50 classes before. So 2 rails falling for Oscar Ngube, which will leave him on 8 penalties for Natural Calaho Consigo. So our last rider of the class and our last rider of the day is Hannah Gerber. She rides CDE Lorlock Picasso. We saw Hannah a little bit earlier in the 1 meter 30 classes. She's picking up some rides for Lorette Knowles Taylor while she's injured. But everyone knows that Picasso is Hannah's baby. They have jumped up to the 1 meter 50s before. And also to those who are watching at home, just a reminder that some people may not be staying in these 1 meter 35 classes. Riders do have the option at the end of every day to nominate to the class in which they would like to ride in. Some of them may go up and jump the 140s, some of them may go down and jump the 130s. But a clear round for Hannah Gerber, CDE Lorlock Picasso. That does conclude our adult 1 meter 35 A2 competition. But don't go anywhere, we will have the prize giving for you shortly. So we do have a confirmation on the final results in the 1 meter 35. The winner, Fiona van der Vollenstein and Premier Envy. Second place going to Michaela Martin and Penbrits Sherlock. Third place going to Max Bonamy and Emerald Al-Carpathian. Fourth place, Taryn Allnut and Calaho Cairo. Fifth place, Raina Korba 334 Casarati. Sixth place, Chucky Ferreira, Oxford Super Deluxe. Seventh place, Barry Taylor, Farnham Lago S. Eighth place, Equine Performance Products, Shakuna PS and Hannah Garten. Ninth place to Kimberly Williamson and Calaho Karina. 10th place went to Nicole Bates and My Hercules. But there is our winner of the first 1 meter 35 class. That's Fiona van Vollenstein and Premier Envy. There you can see the rosette being awarded to the winner of the 1 meter 35 A2 competition. That's Fiona van Vollenstein and Premier Envy. Second place, Michaela Martin, Penbrits Sherlock. She held the lead for majority of the class until Fiona came and pipped her at the end. Third place, Max Bonamy. He reigns from Natal. He rides Emerald Isle Carpathian.
You can reach him.
I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Fourth place went the way of Taran Allnut and Callao Cairo. Fifth place went to Reina Corba and 334 Casarati. Sixth place, Chucky Ferreira and Oxford Super Deluxe. Seventh, Barry Taylor, Farnham Lago S. Eighth to Hannah Garton and Equine Performance Products Shakuna PS. Ninth to Kimberly Williamson and Callao Corina. 10th, Nicole Bates and My Hercules. So that does conclude day one of the Toyota South African Adult Championships. But there is plenty more show jumping action that is still to come for the remainder of the week. We will be here until Sunday. So if you can't join us at Kyalami Equestrian Park, please join us again on the stream for the remainder of the week. But from me, Taran Rolt, I'd like to say thank you to everyone for joining us today. Hope you all have a great afternoon, and we'll see you all tomorrow. First class starting in the Peter Mini Arena at 8 a.m.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other
usual. You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here?
Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s.
All heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
Ja, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
Jy eind first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, though. Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
No, it should be fine. It's a Toyota.
Boys, pit stop!
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yep.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll be
back.
able to turn in here, and a speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.